Oh crap! Oh crap! I forgot to start the recording. Oh crap. Alright, let's go back for a second. Let's go back for a second. Even though this beginning part is basically a repeat of what happened in this route, I'm still gonna keep it in the video because I want things to look consistent, but this is gonna be my third time seeing the conversation between Kasai and Mia. Oh god, this is gonna be my third time hearing this.
若いのを2人ほど診療所に送ります。
まさかとは思うけどね。何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちにひっ捕らえてしまって構いませんか？
本当は嫌なんだけどな。
I should probably pay attention. This is the third time hearing this.
どうしようね。
先日の会合で竜宮レナを確保して警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですのでひっ捕らえても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。できたら本当に静かに決着したいんだけどね。
まあお若いですから人さえ殺さなければ大抵はごめんなさいで済みますよ。
じゃあアウトかもだ。
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。何かのヤバい話を踏んで夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフ。
アウトだのセーフだの、私ら野球拳でもやってるわけ？まあいいや。それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。ではひっ捕らえてよろしいんですね。
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chaya-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chaya-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？まあ、はい。園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をしちゃったんでしょう。お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation, except for me and Kei-chan. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Uishi simply believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running everywhere around the village. He even used the town's council's phone directory to find her. So everyone in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detained her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, and hit her head on some edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. Uishi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Uishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was to not make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened, in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。
And I didn't spill my water this time.
まさか先生、 レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。
それはもちろんですけど、でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
She had a fight with her father, and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish, and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。それに気づけなかった私は教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。
先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックスリラックス。プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。
竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって悪いことを始めたらどうしましょう。
Ryuugu-san becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Chai-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang.
はい、もしもし。ひなみ沢文庫でございます。
Chai-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then, I heard the tone of her voice change.
今どこにいるんですか？
What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chai-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chai-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then looked up at the clock.
わかりました。今からすぐ行きます。先生との約束ですよ。
She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker.
院長、先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took out her car key. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere.
先生、今の電話はレナ？
以上です。よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Chai-sensei completely ignored me, and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. This time Keiichi's not there. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window.
お疲れ様です。今のところ異常ありません。
違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分行く先にレナがいる。
了解っす。
レナは警戒心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Rena must have told Chai-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise. But it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make an excuse that she was just running around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road, and it chased after Chai-sensei's car at full speed. I watched their car until it was gone. All I could do now was to pray that this would be settled calmly.
みんな、ケイちゃん！
Here we go!
午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
自習？
Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
本当か？
うん。ついさっき職員室に電話が。千恵先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どういうつもりなんだ？
わかんない。とにかく、うちの
You're about to
車
find
に
out.
先生の後を追わせてる。
You're about to find out what she's planning on doing.
レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒ごとには慣れてる連中だよ。任せとこ。
じゃあ、捕まえれば、一件落着なのか？
だね。そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと、専門の医者が見たら、なんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよ、きっと。強迫性、心因性、ストレス、なんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
While we were spending our afternoons studying peacefully, the members of the Suzuragi family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chai-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everyone would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending.
一件落着でしょ。
Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over. But that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chai-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chai-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chai-sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena. Oh shit!
レナ！
みんな、起立起立！教室の真ん中に集まって。
Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chai-sensei couldn't make everyone go quiet all of a sudden. Let me read that. Even Chai-sensei couldn't make everyone go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage.
みんな、聞こえてない？教室の真ん中に集まって。机は周りにどけちゃってね。
Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
みーちゃん、委員長でしょ？みんなに指示して。
レナ、あんた、何をやってんの？
A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chai-sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
みーちゃんはやっぱりダメだね。じゃあケイチくんに頼むよ。ケイチくんだけは最後まで私の仲間なんだよね。だから信じていいんだよね。
Rena, your eyes! You look so scary! I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity! Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feeling too, and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and show you no mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively, English I speak.
ケイチ君、机をどけさせて教室の真ん中に広場を作って。
わかった。みんな、レナが言うのに従おう。
Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode it at any moment. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty, or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. That didn't sound right, let me repeat that. That's right! Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying that we're moving too slow, hit the blackboard with a hatchet making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at the most in the school.
じゃあケイチ君、みんなのロッカーから縄跳びを出してもらえるかな。それを使ってみんなを後ろ手で縛ってね。
俺、縛るのとか下手くそなんだよ。多分、上手に縛れないぞ。
後でちゃんと縛れているか、全員のを調べる。ゆるい人はその場で殺しちゃうから、しっかり縛っておいてね。
Oh my god! We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So, normally you assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But Rena said she'd kill us. It sounded so frightening. I've never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it! Why do we have to use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two to just set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers.
じゃあみんな、床にうつ伏せになってね。ケイチ君は後ろ手にどんどん縛っていって。きっちり縛るんだよ。ケイチ君は私の味方だもん。だから、わざとゆるくなんか縛ったりしない。ね。
Mion tried to make eye contact with me. if everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with a hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But, as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone.
従おう。
ケイちゃん。
Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor, and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor, while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
ケイチ君にはまだまだ手伝ってもらうことがたくさんあるの。だから早くして。あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die.
大丈夫だよみんな。ケイチ君がきっと助けてくれるから。だからきっと誰も殺されないよ。
Damn it! What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do, because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chai-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chai-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chai-sensei. Chai-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chai-sensei. That was key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. But there was risk there, as Chai-sensei was a grown-up woman. So she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So, naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chai-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private, in order to lure her out to someplace far from here. Most people, including Chai-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chai-sensei must have thought Rena had some problem she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. Wasn't it on the first floor in the previous ending? The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office. So it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she'd probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor. Oh! Did I misread that the first time I read? I might have. I'm sorry for that if I did. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chai Sensei leave the school. I did think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So, she could still think fast. I knew that very well, because I'd been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Leon's bodyguards were gone. Leon told them to follow Chai Sensei because she thought Chai Sensei was going to be with Rena. Damn it! Everything seemed to be working out in her favor.
しまったぞ。
I tied up the last person, and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless.
ありがとう、ケイイチくん。ケイイチくんを疑りはしないけど、一応全員を調べるね。ケイイチくんは頭の上で手を組んでうつ伏せに寝ててね。これは全員に言うけど、私の断りなく立ち上がったら殺す。本人も殺すし、見せしめでランダムにもう一人殺す。
Oh shit!
ランダムじゃよくないね。じゃあこうしよう。言うことを聞かなかった子と出席番号に10を加えた子を殺すにしようかな。例えば岡村くんが言うことを聞かなかったとする。そうすると出席番号11番渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。わかる？常に2人死ぬの。歯向かっても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと。よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
Why is it someone was number 23? You can't kill number 33, can you? Or would she go all the way to 3? This is morbid to think about. But wait, what about number 7 and 8? Because there's no 27 and 28. Would it be 17 kills 7? And 18 kills 8? Let's hope that nobody really hates another person in the class. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally, you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions.
全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。ケイイチくん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど、結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。じゃあ、ケイイチくんは立って。
It was too late to fight back. I followed their orders. I just had to wait for a chance. You still turned this into some kind of bad joke. I had to. I had to do something! Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Oh shit! Here we go! This is going to be a long video, everybody, because I'm doing this entire part of the game. I'm doing everything. Fuck you, Kuma Guy. You blow out my ears every time, but okay, here we go. Goddamn Kuma Guy! I'm gonna turn off my headphones real quick. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. You sound a lot better, Kuma Guy. And I turned back my headphones. Yep, I turned them back on. God, Kuma Guy's loud.
Kuma-chan! 遅れて申し訳ない。状況は？
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて教室占拠が発生しました。当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されている模様。犯人側の第一要求は営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは初めっから警察と交渉する気ってことですか。どういうつもりだ。
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。犯人は竜宮玲奈。
竜宮さんが？わかりました。いいですよ。こうなりゃ腐れんです。とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
Rishi gave a crooked smile.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に選挙時の様子は聞いてませんか？
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
This time by yourself.
計画的ですね。営林署側の人間は人質には？
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。竜宮玲奈以外に犯人らしき人影は？
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれも竜宮玲奈本人でした。ですが規模他を考えておそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
いや単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Rena Ryuugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryuugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she could trust. However, Wishi had also believed in Mio Takano's illusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Rena Ryuugu.
おいさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、千恵先生。大丈夫ですか？
Wishi ran up to Chie Sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face.
レナちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
Chai Sensei was huddled over, and Wishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation.
大石殿、よろしくお頼みしますぞ。もしできるなら人質の交換を申し出たい。ぜひ私と子供たちを交換していただきたい。
校長先生、それは私がやります。私が悪いんです。
先生方、どうかご自分を責められないでください。先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
はいはい、もしもし。大石だ。
Oh shit! I did it again! Did I do I'm sorry, strike one. This is strike one for this episode. Sorry.
状況の大体は熊谷君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼むよ。
分かってます。あと犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮レイナの件は先日の寄生虫の話以来よく知ってる。その流れなら犯人は君のことをまだ味方だと思ってくれているんだと思う。大石君以外には務まらない。くれぐれもよろしく頼むよ。
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、罪滅ぼしに一つお引き受けさせていただきます。
Let's just hope that Otaka doesn't appear.
おいしさん、車載電話に犯人です。竜宮レイナです。
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい、もしもし、大石です。
大石さんですか？
Ooh, I forgot her text is red.
どうも、竜宮です。
どうもどうも。
I forgot her text was this red.
大石です。
車載電話って電波とかが悪いんですか？たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Wishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom.
では、本題に入りますね。まず最初に、あなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します。
自信ないな。お伺いします。
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Wishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had a Wishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一くんも一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor facing away from me, with his head resting in his hands.
今はもう私の仲間で味方だもんね。
ああ、そうだ。
He looks so distraught. Rena Ryuugu asked Keiichi Maibara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi Maibara was still alive? Or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages?
前原さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でもあなたも一時期前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
うん。モデルガンの事件を聞いて、なんて人だろうって思った。でも過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして、私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるように成長していかなくちゃならないんだから。
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても圭一君は仲間ということですね。圭一君に私がよろしくと言ってると伝えてください。
うん、後で言っておきますね。
圭一君にも新しい仲間としてご挨拶がしたいです。受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
うん、いいよ。圭一君、大石さんから電話だよ。
I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maibara must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryuugu's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん。沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょう。
はい。よろしくお願いします。
竜宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーなら A と相槌を打ってください。あなたは竜宮さんが何を要求しようとしているか知っていますか？
ええ。
I asked her told me for sure. Keiichi Maibara wasn't Rena Ryuugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after putting a hot situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted?
単刀直入にお聞きします。あなたは竜宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。あなたは竜宮レナに脅迫されて従っているふりをしている。
はい。
There you go! The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory.
犯人は竜宮レナの一人だけ？
はい。
If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takero's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line.
ね？圭一君は味方でしょ？
ねえ、そうでした。
Ow! 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 I swallowed water incorrectly. Ow! Oishi! Ow! Oh, Oishi, that hurts. Ow! Oh, my eyes are tearing up. Oh, the way he talks makes me laugh really hard. Oh. Oh, that did not go down the correct way.
とても頼もしいですよ。
You're trying too hard. You are trying too hard.
で、今度は大石さんが話してくれる番。前の電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？秘密の研究施設は発見できましたか？
I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me.
今ですね、県警の暴隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。調整に多少の時間が。
遅すぎる！大石さん、私たちは今獅子骨市が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？何をのんびりとしたことを。大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね？
Yo!
私の味方なんですよね？
You fucked up, Oishi.
味方ですよね？答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが、警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。私も最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、私、奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんにあの異常な死に方を強いた原始の力を持った寄生虫、あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から痒くて仕方がない。もう私、首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからないというのに、大石さんは何をもたもたと。
I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Himizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to die the same... Let me repeat that. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomatake-san.
申し訳ないです。これでも頑張っているんです。ただですね、みんな言うんですよ。証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐに動いてくれるんですか？
Mio-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I hand them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right. I might be dead before tomorrow. I will die tonight.
わかりました。ミオさんのスクラップ帳をお渡しします。それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there.
これは私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや、絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。必ずや奴らの陰謀を暴いてみせます。
でも、まあ多分警察も組織だからそうなんだろうなとは思ってたんです。だからちょっと強引なやり方だけど、こんな形を取らせてもらったんです。大石さんは私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。なんとかこのチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
ありがとうございます。必ずやあなたの期待に添えるよう努力します。ではどうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rena Ryuugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague.
さすがに私がこの場を離れるわけにはいかないので、代わりに圭一君に持って行かせます。
その方がいいかもしれません。やはりあなたが学校の外へ出れば、もしやということもあるかもしれませんので。
もしやって？
いえ、この騒ぎをもう園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、強引な手で口封じをしてくる可能性があります。
口封じ？それって
おいしい！ Oh my god!
狙撃です。
Oh my god, おいしい！
園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に狙撃しようと企むでしょう。
You're still trying to prove that you're on Rena's side, but this is making the situation a lot worse.
だからあなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。
Why would you say that?
さっきから何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。
Why would you say that? Okay, maybe that's actually a good thing to not make the situation more drastic, or would this make the situation more intense? I don't know if this is helping the intensity of the situation, especially when one of the people inside the building is from the family that you're saying is going to kill Rena. I don't know if this is the correct way to go about this. I mean, it's assuring to Rena, but at the same time, it doesn't really help the situation at all. Because you're inciting fear in the person who's already in a great amount of fear.
そこを撃たれてしまいますよ。
By telling them that you're gonna get killed is not a way to go about this, I don't think.
ちょっと周りには警察がいるんでしょ？そんなの未然に防げないんですか？
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。
This is not helping.
訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃するそうです。ましてや、あなたもご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。奴らは侮らないでください。園崎家の陰謀を暴くには、あなたの力がまだまだ必要なんです。
This both makes it show that you are on Rena's side, making her more comfortable, but I think you made her super uncomfortable with the thought that someone's gonna snipe her from inside the building. Like, yeah, that's a good way in telling her that you are still on her side so that she doesn't get more agitated, but at the same time, in a way, that kind of agitates them when they realize that they could get sniped!
わかりました。忠告をありがとうございます。どうせ明日まで持たない命でも、今終わらせるわけにはいきませんので。
そうですともそうですとも。いいですか。くれぐれも窓から顔を覗かせないでくださいよ。
There must be a method. There must be something that he's planning.
用心してください。
Huh. The phone conversation ended. Rena Ryuugu was going to let Keiichi my bar deliver the scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
I get it.
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないようにしたつもりです。
Okay, he had an ulterior motive. Okay, for some reason, yeah, I didn't think he had an ulterior motive, but I should have remembered he handed a memo. What's he planning?
でもまあ見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
じゃあ圭一くん、これとても大切なスクラップ帳。園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く証拠。大石さんに渡してきてね。 渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。見てるからね。変なことをしたら怒るからね。
Rena took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Neon. Oh, I understand what Awishi's planning. Okay, let's see if I'm right.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ。みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあ圭一くん、行ってきて。校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ。圭一くんは持っていくだけだから無言でいいや。おしゃべり禁止だからね。おしゃべりしたら千恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
My hatchet?
わかってるよ。無言で持っていくから、そのナタを下ろせ。俺はレナの仲間だろ。仲間だったら信用しろ。な。
そうだね。仲間だから信用するよ。だから裏切らないでね。
Rena's eyes were telling me so clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. Even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ、行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
I do not know how to drink water. I do not know how to drink water.
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends, who were lying down on the floor, and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful. Some were sure that I used the opportunity to run. And some were scared that they died if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'll do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry. I just waited for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Awishi-san.
前原圭一さんですね。どうもどうも。沖宮市の大石です。クラちゃんと呼んでくださっても。
すみません。
You broke rule number 1. Don't say anything. You already said something.
レナから、何も喋らずに、これを渡せって言われてます。
That's not the point of not saying anything. You said something.
だから、無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。 それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Wishi's head, but he stepped aside a little. Huh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at that point, Wishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから、竜宮さんが窓から見てたとしても、今のやりとりは見えていません。
何なんですかこれは。
I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything. But whatever it was pretty heavy for its size.
あなたへのメモもあります。教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。では、そのまま戻って。これ以上は不信がられます。
There we go. There was a reason why Wishi scared her. Okay. I take back from what I said earlier because I suddenly realized, wait a second, Wishi's going to give Keiichi something that he doesn't want Rena to see, so she had to be far from the window because he was trying to hand something to Keiichi that he didn't want Rena to see. That's why she had to be away from the windows. Even though his way of scaring her may not have been the best way of handling the situation, it was still pretty good on his part to figure out a way to, not get her to notice something that he's handing to Keiichi to possibly assist in this hostage situation. I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They could have run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece, and something else that sort of looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Mabaraku, please hide this bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There is also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button, and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to the extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they would be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug, handed the spray in my pocket, and went back into the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I going to do? What should I do? Keishimagara. Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit! Besides, Rose was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? That's what I'd have to do if I have any chance of winning. Let me repeat that, I'm sorry, I misread that. But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. But at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hasn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big of a cross for her to carry. And one day, she would remember and be said, wait, what? What? Okay, that makes sense. But she's dead. She's dead. It wouldn't be that big of a cross after she's dead, though. I'm nitpicking the script a little bit too much, but shouldn't the lines be reversed, technically? Because this second line after she would rip out her throat and die sounds like she already ripped out her throat and died. But now she's also feeling guilt after she died? Maybe he's talking about her spirit. Her ghostly spirit? Or her spirit in another world line. And she remembered, like, hey, she had, and she will feel the despair that he's feeling right now for killing Rena and Mion. Or I'm thinking too much about this, and I should probably continue on. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit! I feel dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own. Someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that.
おかえり、ケイチくん。大石さん、何か言ってた？
なんだ？
Yes, it's this part! As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand.
レナ、これはどういう真似だよ。
もちろんやらないよ。万が一の時の保険なの。私だって大好きなみんなのバーベキューなんて見たくない。だから冗談で済んでほしいって思ってる。
Rena shut off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantaged position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was to light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Uishi-san gave me had already lost all of its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろう。大石さんはスクラップ帳があればきっと警察を納得させられる。そうなればあとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで本当に動いてくれるかな。お役所ってのはお尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろ。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていった。でもそれでは面白くない人たちがいた。それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは
Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I was pretending to mumble to myself, so I could say it very quietly. So I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Uishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな。
くまちゃん、クラクション一発。
Quick eye honked the horn once quickly.
ガソリンとは参ったっすね。これでさっきからなんとなく感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。多分この後の要求を押し通すための切り札にするつもりでしょうね。
くまちゃん、普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。ちょっと呼んでもらえます？なるほどね。携行缶にはちゃんとガソリンと明記してあると。灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、 すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called Karin cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなくガソリンなわけだ。携行缶は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ、真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかずポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない。でもどのみち本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります。
Gasoline burns when lit. What's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes will fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
熊ちゃん、危険物第4類とかわかる？
いえ。気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで最悪の場合どの程度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。すいません、署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみてください。
おお、話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接名指しだそうじゃの。リーチ一発振り込みドカーンってところじゃの。
This is not the time for mahjong.
裏まで乗っちゃって大変なことになってます。そのドカンってのは実に笑えないですな。ところですいません、危険物の第4種はお持ちで？おつよんか？ここにいる人間全員足せば公主じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも巻いて籠城しとるんか？まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人は教室内にガソリンを撒いたようなんです。ただ、撒いた量が18リットル缶か5リットル缶かはわかりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。教室の広さは？
だいたい50平米ですね。
室内は密閉か？
おそらくさぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
おいし、まずいぜい。
やっぱりシャレになりませんか？
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぞい。教室内はまず全員死ぬな。
そりゃ18リットルの場合ですか？
アホ、5リットルの場合じゃ。わしの記憶がボケてないなら、1.8メートルの室内を吹き飛ばすのに4リットルもあれば十分だったはずじゃ。
The policeman listening to the conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 meters were scattered in a 50 square meter room.
つまりお釣りが来るってことですね。 嫌なリーチだな。じゃあ聞きたくはないんですが、18リットルだったら
そうだのう。大石風に例えると、親のリーチ一発ピンフ単葉を赤々ドラドラに振り込む感じかのう。
どういう意味っすか？
親の倍満24000点。配給減点が25000点だから1000点本は1本残るってことですかね。
そんなところだのう。柱1本くらいは残るかもしれんぞい。
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。な
In other words, if anything sparks in that classroom, they're fucked!
今のうちに消防署に連絡して化学車両を待機させた方がいいだろうのう。事件解決後の処理は消防の指示を仰ぐ必要があるぞい。
参ったな。こいつは盗聴情報なんで消防車を呼び寄せたらバレちまうな。なんとか学校から見えないところに待機させましょう。
それがいいの。あとそれから大石、盗聴器と言ったな。
ねえ、さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
まずいの。化学火災の事例で発火原因に電子機器ランプの点灯があったはずだぞい。ガソリンの発火点は300度程度。火花はおろか静電気でも着火して爆発する。
冗談じゃない。なんだってそんな危険な液体がこうも簡単に世の中にあるんですかね。
知るか。消防法と自動車社会を作った連中に言え。6月だからのそう空気も乾燥しとらんとは思うが、とにかく万が一に備えて盗聴器の電源を切らせた方がいいだろうの。
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことはつまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止しようとしても着火までは防げない可能性が大ってわけだ。しかも盗聴器まで使えなくなるとは。なんてこった。
大石、ライターはまずいぞ。冗談でもいじらせてはならん。犯人もガソリンの危険性を認知しとらん可能性がある。両を聞く限りとても知識があるとは思えんぞ。
Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know, because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So, if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is. Because it's too familiar! 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker, all 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end! All the people around Higurashi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion, and her request was something so unreal.
失礼します。先ほど受け取ったスクラップ帳の中に犯人からと思われる文書が見つかりました。
One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Rishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Wishi-sama. Wow, she's using sama. That's interesting. If you are reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Suzuragi family and also the aliens, who are pretending to be the parasites, that control the Suzuragi family.
宇宙人?
I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Ogarafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds. And through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth.
なんだこりゃ。
All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
いやいや、驚きませんよ。高野の他のスクラップ帳も読みましたが、これに負けじを取らずの珍説揃いです。個人的にはオッシーが面白かったな。
I miss. You know what? Why could it be Aussie? The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the Kodo Oshio-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The REA clinic must be their research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their hosts with a lookalike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Riku Furude, and me, Rena Ryuugu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be the proof of the aliens existing among us.
高野美代？どうしてでしょうね。
ああ、あれだ。俺さ、彼女との電話で隣のケンケンさんの検視で一日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。ふざけ半分で脅しすぎたかな。
自分の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。鏡に映ったのでも見間違えたとか。
One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った晩、小倉で目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、村人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
くさったれ。ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しちまう。今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
あるいはいずれ捕まることを予見して 精神鑑定で有利になる資料を先に用意したとか。
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかるんです。彼女は本気で信じてるんだ。このインチキスクラップ帳を。
Wow, we she got something right for once.
あ、まだ1枚あるっすよ。なになに？
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I'll probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the IRA clinic, please bring it to me.
これは使えるな。
ですね。本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら、解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I'll set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I'll choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead.
19時？今何時だ
？18時前です。
Oh shit! Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark in the evenings. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. Oops. It will probably start to get dark around 7 p.m.
あと1時間か。いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。くそ、どうすりゃいい。
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なんか通用しない。しかも本人は冷静だと思ってる分だけ立ちが悪い。
おいさん、それより次の文章。
何？
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped light blocks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they have to cut each lock. But if you try cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up, other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I ripped the tip off its plug, so it will create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Uchi said, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the Koda Orshio-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Uchi-san. Rena Ryuugu. Oh shit! Smash! Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground.
くそったり！何が味方だ！
キッチンタイマーって目覚まし時計みたいなもんですか？
ああ、昔の炊飯器とかにはタイマーがついてないものも多かったんですよ。それでね、コンセント穴のついたキッチンタイマーって名前の目覚まし時計がありましてね。そのコンセントに炊飯器を挿しておけば 仕掛けた時刻に自動的に電源が供給されて、指定時刻に炊飯器が電源オンにできるって代物です。
へえ、そりゃ便利そうですね。
確かにそれを流用すれば次元発火装置なんて簡単にでっち上げられる。キッチンタイマーってあたりが女の子っぽくてなんだか複雑だな。
電力会社に頼んで電力を落とすとかはどうすかね。コード式なら電力がなければ無力化できます。ああ、でもダメか。教室が真っ暗になるのと同時にライターをつけるに決まってますよね。
やっぱり解毒剤の線をついて指向性の睡眠薬でも与えますか。指向性ですよ。多分自身に使う前に人質に試すはずです。注意してください。
了解です。手配します。
あと前原さんともう一度話したいな。竜宮レナが間違ってライターをいじらないようにうまくなだめてもらわないと。あと盗聴器もオフにさせないといけません。盗聴器はどう？面白いことは拾いましたか？
犯人が人質に危害を加えている模様です。
なんてこった。
どうも園崎ミオンに対してのようです。
やめろレナ。
Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet.
圭一君はそこの壁から動かない約束だよ。動いたらレナも怒るんだからね。
Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off.
とにかく私が許せなかったことはみーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。信じてたのに。信じてたのに。
Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Suzuragi family, Mion couldn't say that she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken.
やめるんだレナ。ミオン、もういいだろう。俺が話す。本当のことを話すから。レナ、ミオンを殴るのをやめるんだ。
本当のことって何？圭一君。
ダメだよケイちゃん。
クラスのみんな、今から言う話は頼む。聞かないでくれ。少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが悪いことの話じゃないんだ。だから聞かないでくれ。耳に入っても忘れてくれ。頼む。
どういう話だろう。聞かせてくれるかな圭一君。
難しい話じゃないんだ。あれはお前のためだったんだよ。あの埋めた場所が今年の夏に営林署が伐採で立ち入ることになってたのを後日に知ったんだ。 だからあのままじゃまずいと思って、ミオンがもっと別の安全な場所に隠してくれたんだよ。
その話はあの晩に聞いてるよ。そしてそんなのはみーちゃんの作った嘘だとも言わなかったっけ？
なんで嘘なんかつかなきゃならないんだ。仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ、嘘だよ、信じないよ。ならなんでそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate! Mion did her best, trying to hide what Rena did! Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that's why she did it in secret! But Rena didn't want to believe her!
違うよ、圭一君。圭一君まで騙すなんて、本当にみーちゃんは卑劣だね。部活で騙すのは許せるけど、仲間である圭一君を騙すなんて許せない。許せない、許せない、許せない。
やめろ！ミオンを殴るな！ミオンは悪くない！
I never knew having your hand stuck behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly. With the handle of the hatchet, she could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
ねえ、そうなのみーちゃん。そうならなんでそうだって私に話してくれなかったの？
ミオンに話せない理由は想像つくだろう。園崎家のいろいろ都合があるんだよ。それより気を使ってくれたことをお前が感謝すべきじゃないか。
I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me.
そうだよ、圭一君。園崎家の都合でみーちゃんは私を警察に売った。仲間の私を売った。仲間なのに、友達なのに、仲良しだったのに。ひどいよ、みーちゃん。本当に大好きな一番のお友達だったのに、どうして？ひどいよ、ひどいよ。
This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so hard as to be impossible. But I had seen the scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. So I cried. I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop! 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 Stop, Rena! Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands! I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding! We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time! But she just couldn't see that! Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she made a terrible mistake! But someday, you realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realize. So Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder! Rena! You will remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you will regret what you did! But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wonder if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy, with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me. But it was the same thing! Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come on to the stage.
やめろレナやめてくれやめてくれ
泣いてるの？どうしたのケイチくん。
I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena. Just like what Rena did for me before. My arms open.
頼むからやめてくれやめるんだレナ
Here we go.
今はどうしてかわからないかもしれないなぜやめなければならないのかわからないのかもしれないでもやめないと絶対に後悔する日が来るからだからやめるんだ
ケイチくん。壁に戻らないとレナは怒るよ。
Rena's eyes went cold, and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
やめなケイちゃん私は大丈夫だから
Neon told me, with such a bloody face. How could she be?
レナはその名で俺を叩くのか
それ以上近づけばね。叩くよ。遠慮なくね。もうケイチくんなんかいなくても最後までいけるんだよ。でも私はケイチくんと最後まで一緒にいたい。だから私を怒らせないで。ね。
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares?
レナはもし立場が逆だったら命を惜しむと思うか
当然だよ。相手が凶器を持ってたら怖いから逆らわないね。
嘘だな
I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong.
俺もレナと同じだぜ仲間のためなら命なんて惜しくないレナが欲しいってなら俺の命だってくれてやるだからやめるんだ仲間を信じてるなら仲間を傷つけるのをやめるんだその痛みは必ずレナを襲うからだからやめるんだ誰もレナを脅かしたりなんかしてないみんながレナのためを思ってるそれを疑うな頼むから信じてくれ俺を信じろ俺の頭を砕けば信じられるってんならそのナタを撃ち下ろせばいい俺は防がねえからな
近寄るなそれ以上近づけばライターを点火するよ
Rena lifted the lighter overhead.
バカ野郎てめえいつまで夢を見てんだ自分でも分かってんだろ
I can easily see Oishi sweating his balls off right now.
悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。だから俺が来た。俺が覚ましに来たんだ。
覚ますのは圭一君の方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることがまだ信じられないの？あの時はちゃんと信じてくれたのに、また疑うの？また私を信じないの？
Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to dialogue with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Shit! I won't let this happen! Don't underestimate Keiichi Maibara, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again! I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it! I won't let this bad ending take place! I'm going to destroy their expectations!
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。今は俺を信じろ。黙って俺を信じやがれ。それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公がそうだと言ってるんだよ。先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだよ、圭一君。黙って俺を信じろ。信じてないのは圭一君の方だよ。どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい！俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。それがどんなに悲しいことか、お前には分からないんだよ。
全然何を言ってるのかわからない。大丈夫なの、圭一君？
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナには分からないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに前原圭一っていう大バカがいたんだ。そいつはみんなと楽しく過ごす気に何の不満もなかったのに、ある日を境にほんの少し仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そして何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't know how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful! They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
そして俺はお前とミオンを。なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで私を信じてって言って、俺に殴り殺される最後の瞬間まで頭をかばわなかった。かばおうとしなかった。最後まで俺を信じて両手を差し出したままだったんだ。それがどれだけすげえことか、俺は気づきもせずお前を殴り殺してしまったんだよ。それがどれだけ罪深いことか、お前には想像なんかつかないだろうな。だから俺は俺の罪を滅ぼすためにレナを止めるんだ。
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを。
レナが命を懸けて俺を救おうとしてくれたように、今度は俺がレナを救う。 俺はレナがどんなに立派な最後を遂げたか今でも覚えてるぜ。あの瞳には自分が殺されるかもしれないなんて怯えはわずかもなかった。
These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiji-kun realize.
俺を信じろ、レナ
！That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうな圭一くん。それは圭一くんの意志じゃない。圭一くんの頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげるからね。
You're putting a lot of pressure on Oishi here.
そうしたらもう圭一くんは奴らの支配から逃れられる。レナの大好きだった圭一くんに戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。辛いだろうけど待っててね。
このバカ野郎が
I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Wishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear.
聞こえますか？沖宮署の熊谷と申します。聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは極めて危険なものです。今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないようにし、間違ってもライターをいじらせないでください。さっきのような挑発行為は二度と慎むようお願いします。
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
気化ガソリンはわずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですのでこの連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に重大な連絡があります。犯人は時限発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した時限発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、現在竜宮レナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
いいえ、時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
聞こえてると思いますが、竜宮レナはタイマーの設定延長には応じないようです。あと15分で本気で心中するつもりです。
I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself in the beginning.
それで俺にどうしろと？
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。犯人の予告によるならば、それは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなくコンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か刺さっていませんか？
There was one outlet in the back, and another in front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには何も刺さっていない。
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですのでコード型に違いありません。あるいは他の部屋ということはありませんか？その教室以外にもガソリンの充満した部屋があるとしたら、そちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbooks, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then, where was the time bomb?
こちらも努力しています。ですから、そちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、何かありますか？
特にない。あ、いや、一つある。
何でしょう？
大石の親父に言っといてくれ。よくも人の古傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたら、ぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがれって伝えといてくれ。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分と、レナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんも竜宮レナに踊らされたとだいぶへこんでます。きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
Wait, does Keiichi ever punch a Wishi? Let me ask this question. Did Keiichi actually punch a Wishi? Because I would love to see that scene. I would love to see that scene because, let's be honest here, a Wishi sometimes slightly deserves a punch.
ああ。このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Rena was still on the phone. What she said was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he is telling her that they investigated the main Suzuragi residence and found something awful in their secret basement, or something like that. Hey, if he went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan and Satoko crawled up to me.
今の俺の無線、聞いてたか？
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。レナさんにお株を奪われるなんて、こんなの死んでも死にきれませんわ。
Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet, she tried to remain strong.
サトコ、もし死んでも、レナを恨まないでくれ。レナは、病気なんだ。運悪く、悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。だってそうだろ。俺たちは、あんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナを、よく覚えてるだろ。
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。あんなミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人を仲間なんて認められますの？サトコだってわかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出してどんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Oh. Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko. Oh my god. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko. But maybe...
レナさんを信じてますわ。
偉いぞ、サトコ。
I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise.
さて、世界最高のトラップ名人に聞くぜ。この部屋を爆破するには、どこに次元発火装置を仕掛ける？
お任せなさいませ。その装置はコンセントに繋がってなければいけませんのね。
ああ、そうだ。でもこの部屋とは限らないぞ。他の部屋にもガソリンが撒いてあって、そこに仕掛けてある可能性もある。
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきて、この部屋に撒くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは、昨べ俺と別れるとき、明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは、何かの仕掛けを昨べのうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで、私はここに芋虫状態。なかなかに意地悪な難易度の爆弾探しゲームでございますわね。
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら、俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて、全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。
Go, Satoko!
レナを救うためにも、見つけ出してほしいのです。仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前には、レナさんのトラップなんて問題にもならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
さあ、もう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら、次元発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Satoko grinned, and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Higurashi when they cry kai. This is not the end of the chapter, though, I bet. That'll be an interesting place to end it. Is this actually the end of the chapter? It's not.
なんですかあんたたちは
Oh no, they're here! Damn it! Utaka's here! Oh shit! Well... Now we really gotta work hard to make sure the classroom doesn't blow. No! Of course it had to be fucking Utaka. Damn it, I thought he was only gonna be in a bad ending exclusive character.
どきたまえ。
Fuck you.
ここの責任者は誰だね。
Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okamiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit, despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これはこれは。お久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高くんじゃありませんか。
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君に君と呼ばれる階級ではない。
何かご用ですかね、大高くん。今非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで？誰の了解で？
私が許可した、大石君。
所長！
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君がまいた種だという話も聞いているぞ。君はもう下がって、あとは機動隊に任せるんだ。
機動隊って、大高君、あんたまさか吸収する気ですか？
Because that's a very bad idea, Utaka.
危険は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。
Why don't you just fuck off, Otaka?
君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
I couldn't talk back, but the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん、何者っすかあいつは。
大高くん。昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに生きがってたからちょいと叩き潰してやったことがありましてね。それともあれかな、剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
I also want to knock him unconscious. Okay. He's barely shown up for too long in this series, but he already entices some anger within me. Obviously, we didn't get along.
大石君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で？こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。
Fuck you.
あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今や巨大な爆弾なんです。だが一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人のリュウグウレナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。所長たちは離れてそれを見てざまあみろと思ってればいい。
大石君、府警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃないぞ。第二機動隊といえば君ほどの男なら噂くらい聞いてるだろ
う。なんすか大石さん。第二機動隊って有名なんですか
？5年くらい前だっけ、空港の飛行機に犯人が立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに東京と大阪にハイジャック専門の特殊部隊が組織されたって噂は聞いてましたがね。実在してましたか。
でもなんだって府警の機動隊がこんなところに。
Fucker smelled pat.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があってね、特別に応援を要請したのだよ。
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
Really, this Utaka guy is really bugging me. This is like a directed hatred towards this character. Yeah. Fuck Utaka. The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆発を起こすぞ。
安心したまえ。突入犯が使うのは火器じゃない。ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。
That would still cause a spark!
高圧ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。
That would still cause the school to blow up, dickwad!
何の問題もない。
Well, in the previous chapter, there was obviously a problem with explosions.
へえ、そりゃ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
As I lifted my arms exaggerately, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに祈るしかない。
Come on, Keiichi.
今さら彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んでその隙に突入しようってつもりでしょう。
Which, okay, let me point this out now. You're fucking good at tear gas in an entire classroom full of children. Wow. This is gonna be one of the very few times that I'm gonna say this, but Oishi had the fucking situation handled! He had the situation handled! And then some motherfuckers came in.
連中はリュウグウレナを甘く見てる。彼女は本気だ。ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
Okay, maybe I was wrong earlier about whatever they were planning on doing with the classroom causing a spark or whatever, but this is not how you do this. Plus, as soon as my window breaks, lighter goes up, everyone, including all those children, are dead.
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
Yeah.
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。リュウグウレナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。もう前原さんしかいない。
おいさん、つながりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
どうせ悪い話だろ。
悔しいですが、県警が介入してきてお膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。
One strike?
特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい、護身用スプレーでひるませてもその1秒で点火されちまうってんで、俺はずっと抑えてきたんだぜ。突入なんてそんなの無理に決まってるだろ。
県警はリュウグウさんがすでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで点火するわけないと鷹をくくっています。多分5分以内に突入するでしょう。突入する前になんとかリュウグウレナからライターを奪ってください。
それは次元発火装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で？
ねえ、そうです。
マジかよ。あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元発火装置もどうにかやってくれるぜ。
あなただけが頼りなんです。頼みます。
どうですか、さとこ。思いつきますですか？
1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。レナさんの行動パターンから考えて、1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、任せろ。なんとかする。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の2択は俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell? I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything! And then, I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor! I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何？どうしたの、ケイチ君。
いや、今音が聞こえなかったか？
Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に？ケイチ君。
ああ。聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she'd want to check it herself. But she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Rena gave me an order with a smug smile on her lips. Did I say smug smile? I'm gonna reread that! Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
ああ、わかった。
Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
レナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
信用しろ。俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん。信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ嫌だからね。
After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit! Where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it! Why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
大丈夫なのですよ。ケイチならきっと見つけてくれますのです。
レナさんならいつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんならどこにどう仕掛けますの？この程度がわからなくてレナさんのトラップで最後なんて北条聡子一生の恥ですわ。
なんだこれ。
I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk. I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended to that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord. And there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there!
見つけた!
The time bomb! So, all I'd have to do was to unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remember Kumagai-san calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, did an alarm clock use batteries? Batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one, too. I looked at the extension cord, and there was nothing plugged into it. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office?
いけないケイチさん、逃げて
サトコ？それは違うん
ですの。騙された。
A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
どうしてケイチ君は延長コードをたどって目覚まし時計なんか持ってるのかな？
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time, she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
待て、レナ。
ケイチ君のこと信じてたのに。
No, you didn't!
ひどいよ、ケイチ君。
Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open! Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying, after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life! Rika! It was so sudden, I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the light from Rena.
力ずくでなら勝てると思うんじゃねえ。
Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run. Thanks, Rika-chan. I could use both my hands to get at the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rena's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake off Rika-chan. There's our chance! I turned in Satoko's direction. Damn it! Damn it all! There's another bad end! Satoko, are you still there? There's no time! Well, Satoko, you should be able to figure it out. Ah! What do I do? Which one do I choose? These are basically the same thing, but if I choose the wrong one, I'll get a bad ending. Well, Satoko, you should be able to figure it out. This is the meaner comment, but it might be the one that gets us to the true ending? I'm gonna see the bad ending either way, but I don't think this is a time to get a bad ending because we gotta fucking save the school. I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if this is the correct choice. Yes! I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead.
Keiichi, 早くSatokoのところへ行くのです。
Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward.
バカなことはやめて逃げろ!
There's no time!
ケイイチ、これは初めてではないのですよ。覚えていないのですか？
え？
前の時、僕にあとわずかの頑張りがあれば、ケイイチは間に合ったのです。
Miyakashi! Miyakashi when she tried fighting Shion.
今度こそ間に合わせる。だから言ってなのです。
I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too! Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so, I will depend on my friend, Rika-chan!
Rika-chan!
ケイイチさん、もう時間が!
Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach to the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came ever closer.
すごいよすごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。リカちゃんは殺されちゃうよ。怒ったレナにきっと殺されちゃう。へえ、私が怖くないんだ。リカちゃんすごいよ。
Rika grabbed him up as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down, like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it.
すごいね。殺されるのが怖くないんだ。
Rika smiled cynically. Rika never usually smiled this way.
この私が死を恐れるとでも。 幾百の死の山脈を越えてきたこの私が今さら何を恐れるというのか。
君リカちゃんじゃないね。あの夜に出会ったリカちゃんもどきの方だね。正体を表したな、宇宙人め。
本物のリカちゃんをどこへやった？本物のリカ、ここにいるわよ。
ニパ
ーThat's kind of creepy.
ああ、その小バカにしたところは間違いなくリカちゃんだね。そう、お社様は宇宙人だった。フルデ家はその末裔で宇宙人の直系の一族だもんね。脳みそを叩き割って中の寄生虫を引きずり出してやるからね。
Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream.
一撃で叩き割ってあげるよ。
Rena looked like a beast charging towards his prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation.
あいにくね、1分も稼げれば十分なの。遊んであげるわ。おいで、ナタ女。
いいですの、ケイチさん。すべてのヒントと答えはもう朝の時にありましたの。
落ち着け、サトコ。俺に分かるように話せ。つまりどういうことなんだ？
It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do.
ねえ、今日は臭い。窓閉めて。
バーカ、窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There was another hint other than that.
あれ、俺たちのボールがねえ。北条、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was. But it was gone. So that must be Rena used it for something. That gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing. So maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
レナさんは雨どいの出口をボールで詰めて雨どいいっぱいにガソリンを注いだんですの。どこから？ 2階の屋根の上からですのよ。
The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor, then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
じゃあつまり次元発火装置は
2階の窓から延長コードか何かで引っ張って屋根の上ですわ。
I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds.
そういや、リカちゃんはどうやって縄跳びを解いたんだ？
あるございましたわね。私は解けるほど痩せてなくて。
I rubbed Satoko's head.
みんなを頼む。俺は屋上へ行く。
As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped.
ケイチさん、これを。
なんだよ、まだ何かあるのか。
Number 2. Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat!
ニーニーのですのよ。
Ha ha ha!
後でちゃんと返してもらうでございますからね。
May the power of Satoshi save the school!
おう、
And Rena.
すまん、佐藤。
The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother, Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I were the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together! Let's go, Satoshi! As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn! Rika-chan! You held on as long as you could!
クソなのです。身体年齢があと5つもあれば。さあ、次はケイチくんだよ。
やべえ、とにかく上だ。今は屋根の上だ。
よく気づいたね、よく気づいたね。でもさせるもんか。
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she got me. In that case, just try me! I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Satoko's trap. Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture.
なかなかの線を言ってましたけど、まだまだこの私と勝負するのは3億5000光年くらい早くてでございましたよ。
You know what? Earlier I said that Mion had become my favorite character in Higurashi, but the things that Satoko does, like this. You know, Satoko and Mion are at the constant war of my favorite character in Higurashi, and right now, Satoko just beat Mion again. But Mion may rise up too, but so far, Satoko, with this scene alone, reminded me how much he is a fucking boss. Satoko is a fucking boss.
さとこちゃん、後年は距離だよ。
Smash! The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rena and North Satoko ran after me.
大石さんか。やったぞ。ライターは奪った。次元破壊装置も分かってる。屋根の上、雨どいの中だ。今抑えに行ってる。
大石さん、まさかあれじゃ。
Oishi grabbed the pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the 2nd floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice it until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck.
みんな、私はいいから早く逃げて。
あら、ミオンさんらしくもない。こういう瞬間でも 我が部の部長らしくあるべきではございません？部長はただ一言、こいつを外せと命令遊ばされれば結構ですのよ。
Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bit hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bite lock that was restraining Mion.
みんなは全部のカーテンを開けて窓を全部開けたら外へ駆け出すこと。
委員長、前原さんはどうするんです？
ケイちゃんは警察が助けてくれるから。みんなはとにかく一刻も早くここから逃げて。ってもう外したの？
Satoko, yes!
北条聡子にとって U 字ロックの U はこんなの楽勝の U でございましたよ。
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as all the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out onto the schoolyard. Oishi, yes! Take that fucker down. Oishi pushed Utaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it.
全班突入しろ！突入！人質を全員確保しろ！
I forgot this keyboard was pretty faulty. Our units, go! Go, go! Secure the hostages! There we go. My mouse was on screen. There we go.
犯人は人質1名を追って2階へ上がったもよ！
こら！何の真似だね！大石君、無線を返したもん。
Suffer. Utaka tried to grab the radio from Orishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Fuck him up! There was a dull noise, and Utaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing.
ああ、すみませんです。膝がたまたま綺麗に入っちゃったっ
すね。教室内にはまだガソリンが充満してるぞ。十分に注意しろ。ガス弾や閃光弾の類の使用は禁ずる。繰り返す。ガス弾、閃光弾の使用は禁ずる。大爆発するぞ。扉を打ち破れないですかね。
教室真正面です。ガソリン臭濃厚。火災に着火の恐れあり。指示を待ちます。
くそ、ブレーカーを落とせば上がりだと思ったのにな。電源室は放棄。2階部分を制圧されたし。
突入班了解。
大高君、電源室確保失敗時はどうするつもりだったんです？
それに失敗しないための特殊部隊だ。
これだから坊ちゃん育ちは。あとは時計のコンセントを抑えるしかないか。
おいさん、前原君です。
スピーカーを貸せ。
前原さん、時計の電源は2階の奥の部屋。
I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there.
前原さん、そのまま2階の誘導します。
I need a pee! I'm sorry, I need a pee! Ah! Okay, I'll be back in a second. I really need a pee. I thought I could hold it, but I cannot. Uishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. But maybe Oishi-san found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the roof. I have never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers.
そのまままっすぐ走って雨どいの一番奥時間がないあと30秒
I'm sorry. That's it! Keep going! It's the furthest end of the drain pipe! You only have 30 seconds! 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there. Was that it? It was!
ああ、撃てたら撃ちたいけど、それ実弾ですよね。実は狙撃銃タイプの催涙ガス銃とかそういうことだったりしません？実弾です。そういうのは軍隊で使ってくださいよ。日本の警察には必要ないですね。
Oishi's spitting straight facts! Damn! Oishi's spitting straight facts to everyone!
前原さん追ってきてます急いで追い詰められる
How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? Ah! I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands of the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the mid hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ah! I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did it do it?
Yes!
おいさんやったっすよ
Yes!
やった前原さんやった
圭一さんはちょっとハラハラさせすぎですわね。余裕がないのはエレガントではありませんでしたよ。
Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to the ambulances raised their voices in cheer.
おいさん消防からっす。現場は依然危険度最大につき突入班全員の即時退却を進言しています。
時限発火装置はもうないのに？
発火装置がなくても危険度は最大級の現場だそうです。これ以上は突入班全員の生命に危険があります。
くそ、屋上の前原君をどうしよう。2階屋根ならなんとか飛び降りれないか。
おいさん図面では校舎下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りるように誘導しましょう。
おいしより突入中の全隊へ作戦中止、退却せよ退却せよ。
聞こえますか前原さん。それから竜宮さんももうそこは危険です。いつ爆発するかわからない。校舎の下に花壇があります。
花壇だって？
I skipped the... I keep on doing that. I'm sorry, Rishi. I'm sorry.
畜生、ここからじゃよくわかんねえってのによ。
But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
まさかこんなところに隠したのを見つけるとはね。 これで全て失敗か。
Rena scratches her throat. The band-aids peeled off, and her throat started to bleed.
ゲームセットだな、レナ。
We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of the battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though.
そうだね。すごろくだったらここはゴールで、ケイイチくんの上がりだね。でも、これはゲームじゃない。だからここはゴールじゃなくて、行き止まりって言うんだよ。
負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない、くじけない。最後まで戦う。そして、最後まで信じるんだ。
こんな時に褒められても、ちっとも嬉しくないね。ケイイチくんは、私が最後の命をかけての計画をぶち壊しにした。人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、それをぶち壊しちゃった。これで人類が滅んじゃったら、ケイイチくんのせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
But if humans got extinct, who would write the history book about that? I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species? Somehow, that sounded cool. Oh, the aliens would write it. Alright. Somehow, that sounded cool.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは、勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは、俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
へえ。それはどういう意味なのかな。
I tapped my shoulder with a metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me.
レナに、きっちり負けたってことを叩き込んでやろうってことだよ。
Here we go. I will run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies.
ここで白黒をつけてやるぜ。レナがもう負けてるってことよ。言ってやるぜ。寄生虫に宇宙人？バカじゃねえのか？バカ。そんなの今時誰が信じるんだよ。ダセえな。鼻で笑っちまうで。
最初から信じてなかったくせに信じてたふりをしてレナを騙してたな。許せない許せない許せない。
レナが信じてるのは勝手だぜ。だが俺はそんなうさんくせえの信じねえからな。同じ信じるなら徳川の埋蔵金の方が楽しそうだぜ。それでも信じさせたいってんなら俺たち部活メンバーには簡単な信じさせ方があるじゃねえかよ。
Ooh, that's awesome!
勝った方が正義ってことだね。
Oh, that was cool!
そういうことさ。
Rin and I grinned at each other. And as we went around in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us.
レナが俺をぶちのめせたなら、俺も宇宙人の話を信じてやろうじゃねえか。朝晩 UFO を呼ぶ怪しげな踊りをして、牛小屋にキャトルミューティレーションに行ってやる。だがなレナ、俺にグーの音が出ないくらいにぶちのめされたら、そん時は覚悟してもらうぜ。
それを取り決める必要はないかな圭一君なんかに私が負けるはずないもん。
Rena came at me with a heavy strike! I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This is finally getting interesting.
まあそう言うなよ。意外にそうでもなかったりするもんだぜ。俺も部活で何度も激戦をくぐってきて、ようやく分かってきたことがある。自分ってやつをな。どういう時に自分が最高のパワーを出せるか分かってきたんだ。
へえ、それは何かな
Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you! I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your own true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched! This is great! I won't need to hold back at all!
私を叩きのめしたらどうするって？ほらほらほらほら！押されてるんじゃないかな。
遊んでやってるだけだぜ。まあ見てろ。レナをコテンパンにしたらどうしてやろうかね。これだけ互いにコインやチップをかけまくってるんだ。相当の支払いを覚悟してもらうぜ。
得ることの叶わない勝利に酔うもまた川山用の醍醐味だね。圭一君の虚勢が痛々しいよ。
ちっちっち、分かってないな。俺はご褒美のデカさに比例してパワーアップする男だぜ。そうだな。もちろん俺専属のメイドさんだよな。朝はおはようございますから、夜はおやすみなさいまでたっぷりたっぷりご奉仕三昧だ。メイド衣装は監督に全面協力を受けて日替わりチェンジのお楽しみ。
Hey! Arya gets what he wants. A maid!
おお、夜はおやすみなさいまで。いやー、今夜は寝かさないぜ。なんてどうだ。
圭一君らしいな。そんなのはごめんだね。むしろ私が勝って逆の立場にしてあげるよ。
We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how fun it was becoming. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet, it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could seriously get injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones. Yeah, this was so much fun. I've been mourning and crying all day today because Rena terrified me. How did all that turn into this?
ってことは結局俺たちにシリアスは似合わねえってこった。互いの火花を浴び合いながらヘラヘラしてるのが互いに性に合ってるってわけだ。
おあいにくだね。レナはエレガントで上品なのが大好きなの。そういうヘラヘラしたのはケイチくんが一人でお楽しみ遊ばせ。
Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it.
おった甘い甘い、全然ダメだぜ。やっぱりお前撃沈確定だな。
ようやく体が温まってきたところだよ。こんなのウォーミングアップでしょ。は
あ？バカなりゃしねえよ。こんなのお散歩程度だな。お前汗だくだぜ。
So am I.
お前は汗の代わりに血を垂らせばいいや。
前原さん、飛び降りて、飛び降りてダメっすね。血が上っちゃってるようで声が聞こえてないみたいです。おいさん。ん
Is Oishi enjoying this? Is he enjoying this right now?
ああ、ごめん。
He was actually enjoying it.
何をぼーっとしてるんですか。彼を救出する方法を考えないと。
Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was so engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. The students who were about to climb onto the let me repeat myself. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up. Sat up. Did I say sat up? Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Keishi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings, but they were supposed to be so irretrievable. But, why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game. But But it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Ren and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us.
楽しくなってきたぜ。どうだレナ、最高に楽しくねえか。
レナは最初から楽しいよ。でもケイイチくんの頭を叩き割ったらもっと楽しいかな。
ひょー、危ねえ。おらおら、こっちへ戻ってこい。足場を十分に使おうじゃねえか。こんな最高の舞台何度もあるもんじゃねえ。まんべんなく楽しもうぜ。
絵になるよ、絵になるね。
It would.
私たちほらいつの間にか月を背負ってるんだね。風が気持ちいいや。
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building, with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All of the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun?
なんかよ、こういう涼しさでこう熱くなるとよ。
I wish there was a reason here.
綿流しの祭りの時を思い出すんだよな。どうも俺は静かに夕涼みってのがダメでさ。月が出るとはしゃがずにはいられなくなっちまうんだよ。
All us club members went crazy on the night with Tanakashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year.
月に酔うか、なんだかかっこいいじゃない。
It does.
私たちはもう月に酔ってるのかもしれないね。
ああ、同感だな。仲間と命のやり取りをしてて、そいつが面白いと感じちまうようじゃ、俺たちは最高にいっちまってる。こいつがそうさ、ルナティックってやつだ。
Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true, and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we created with each had started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens.
ほら、何をやってんだか。バットが汗で滑ってるんじゃない？休憩にしてハンカチで手でも拭いたら？その間に頭を叩き割るけどね。
そいつはいいや。レナこそ汗でスカートがまとわりついて気持ち悪いだろ。脱いでもいいんだぜ。俺は手を出さないで見物するけどな。
I knew he was going to say that. Actually, hold on 1 second. Hold up. I found a better thing to be using instead of my mouse as a bat. Where is it? Where is it? Oh no! There it is! There it is! I found a better weapon.
それで足に見とれてる隙にガツンとお見舞いするよ。
楽しいなレナ。
悪くないね。
We flew! We danced! We struck! We laughed! We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly! We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of our school, our special stage. Ren and I were all sweaty. We weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after another. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us excelled in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
あの時さ、クラス全体の部活の日、水鉄砲で一騎打ちした時さ。
I have a good idea.
思わなかったか。
There we go. Oh, wait, it's not on. There it is.
実は私も思ってた。
もう一回こんな戦いをしてみたいって。
Hell yeah! As we turn off. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them!
あの時も同じだった。水鉄砲だったけど、やることは同じだった。
あの時より面白いぜ。今度は水の残量なんか気にしなくていいんだからよ。
水鉄砲じゃ火花も出ないしね。
打ち合うこの感覚もないもんな。
We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other.
あの時も多分言ったセリフだが、あえてもう一度言うぜ。
じゃあレナもあの時と同じセリフで返そうかな。
We both smiled wickedly in the same moment.
やり合うのが楽しくてならねえぜ。決着がつくことすら興ざめするくらいにな。
負けても恨まないでね。
ああ、恨まない。この勝負を終わらせた自分の不甲斐なさを恨んでやるぜ。だがそいつを恨むのはどうやらレナの方になりそうだな。
Ubi Higurashi.
どうかな。ケイチ君、足が藁だよ。
くそったれー。おりゃ
Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched. And neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous! All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. That was impossible! This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible!
の中央を維持するんですのよ。わずかの高みを生かすんですわ。
Sasuke and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. Why though? Wait. Why? Why would you cheer for Rena at this point? Too dumb. This was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons. Nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop.
こんなの見たことない。
Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit.
狙撃犯は何をしてるのかね。
Oh, fuck you!
人質に危害を加えようとしているのだぞ。直ちに射殺したまえ。
As Uetaka yelled into the radio, be on screen for him to stop.
違うよ。レナを撃たないで。レナはもう違う。さっきまでのおかしいレナじゃない。あのレナは違う。だから撃たないで。
I'll use my family to kill you if you kill her.
違うとはどういう意味かね。見たまえ。現に凶器を振りかざしているじゃないか。明らかな殺意だ。射殺しないと人質が危ないのだよ。
とにかく違う。レナを撃っちゃいけない。もしもレナを撃ったらケイちゃんはあんたを殺すよ。間違いなく断言できる。
どうして私をなのかね。
Because you're a fucking moron.
あの二人は殺し合いをしてるんじゃない。ただ撃ち合って火花を飛ばして遊んでるだけなんだよ。見てわかるでしょ。そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。いや、もう覚ましつつあるんだよ。レナの悪い夢はもう終わりつつあるんだ。
So you need to fuck off!
ケイチ君はやっぱり最高だよ。君だけは殺したくない。君がいない世界はさぞや退屈だろうと思うよ。
へっ、なんだか照れるお言葉痛み入るぜ。んでどうするんだその世界とやらは。宇宙人の侵略があって大変じゃねえのかよ。
宇宙人なんて寄生虫なんてなんだかどうでもいいような気がしてくるよ。世界が滅ぶならいつでも好きな時に滅べばいいし、御三家の陰謀なんて知ったことか。
ああそうさ。たとえ明日隕石がぶつかって地球が砕けるとしたって、
今この瞬間より楽しいことなんて他にあるもんか。
チェ、それにお前毒を盛られてて今夜で死んじまうんじゃねえのかよ。余命の短いやつがピンピンしやがって。
そうだったね。すっかり忘れてたよ。私は今夜中に首をかきむしって死んでしまうんだったっけ。
なんだよ、自分で作った設定だろ。忘れるんじゃねえや。ほれ、たまには首をボリボリかきやがれ。分かってるよ。 もう痒くなんかねえんだろ。そりゃそうさ。首を引っかくより。
私たちはもっと楽しいことをしているんだもの。
I wish it would never end! My body was screaming. I was breathing hard. I felt dizzy from the lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I need to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gunfight. Back then, it had been declared a draw.
今回はどうなるだろうね。
さてな、一つ言えることがある。最高に楽しかったぜ。
I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. Sounds returned, and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air.
じゃあ、一度間合いを開こうじゃねえか。
そうだね。次の一撃で今度こそ決着をつけよう。
Oh, here we go. We start to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon.
じゃあ最後の最後だ。もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっけ。
おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったろうが。お前、そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったっけ。ごめん、忘れちゃってた。
仕方ねえやつだな。確認するぜ。まずは俺が勝った場合だ。俺の専属メイドになってご奉仕三昧の前にした。人前ではこれが私のご主人様ですってちゃんと紹介するんだぞ。可
愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
Arya will make sure of it.
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。すごいだろ。
すごいすごい。負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
次はレナが勝った場合だ。
I pause for a moment.
レナが勝ったなら俺はレナの話を信じる。
Rena was happy until just a moment ago. That expression was suddenly wiped from her face.
宇宙人が地球侵略に来ていて、俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を信じてやる。あとお前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。圭一君が勝った方のご褒美の方が楽しそうだよ。
仕方ねえだろ。お前そういう話だからわざわざ学校を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったんだっけね。ごめん、忘れそうになってたよ。
Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too.
俺は何しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブー。レナが勝っても面白くないよ。
なんだよ。じゃあ今から帰るか？レナが勝ったらどうするよ。
Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. Hold up, let me remove this. I don't think the next scene needs any jokes. Actually, I should not joke for the next scene. So I'm gonna toss this remote. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a while, Rena spoke.
私もケイチ君と同じご褒美がいいな。
なんだよそれ。俺がメイドかよ。どぎついな。
別にメイドさんじゃなくていいよ。でも他は同じ。朝は私におはようって言って、夜は私におやすみって言ってほしい。いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。あれこれじゃ私が勝っても圭一くんが勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
一緒ではあるが待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
どうしてこんなにも大好きな圭一くんと私はこんなことをしてるんだろう。
さーてな。どうして俺たちは屋根の上になんかいるんだ。何しに俺たちはここへ登ったんだっけ。
どうしてだったっけ。忘れちゃったよ。
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
バカ仲間だね。
仲間だな。じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃないか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
そうだね。体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよ
う。We readied our weapons and took our stances.
私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head slowly.
ダメだ。決着は必要なんだ。じゃないと終わらない。せっかくの俺とお前の戦いが終われない。うやむやじゃダメなんだ。綺麗に終わらないとダメなんだ。
こんなのおかしい。ひょっとしたらどっちが勝っても負けてもご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと俺たちは絶対にまた会えるから。だからまた会えたなら
今度は普通に遊んで、普通に笑い合って、普通に恋をしよう。絶対に互いを疑わない。互いを絶対に信じ合う。だから、絶対に会えるよね。絶対だよね。
ああ、絶対だ。
Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too.
じゃあ、行くぜ。
There's no signal. But we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped into the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my mailbat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The mailbat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course, she wouldn't miss it. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I was lying flat on the roof, and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end.
やるな。腕が抜けねえや。
ねえ、ケイチくん。もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、まだついてねえだろ。そいつを振り下ろすまでは、まだつかないぜ。
嫌だ。嫌だよ。嫌だ。
Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。私はみんなを大好きで、みんなを信じていたはずなのに、どこで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。どうしてケイチくんにナタを振り上げているのかわかんない。どうして私はこんなにも大好きな仲間たちにこんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
Rena remembers.
お前、そうか。気づいたのか。
I should have said realized, yeah.
この世界で気づけたのかよ。
自分で自分が信じられないよ。こんなにもあんなにも楽しい日々だったのに、どうして私は何の不満もなかったし、何の不安もなかったのに、どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前はやっぱりすげえよ。
After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Wishi-san. I still believe that someone else was at fault. I mean, even after I was dead, I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin.
だから レナはすごいんだよ。仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は罪を犯す前にさすがだよレナ、さすがだよ。俺とは違うんだ。
Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
後で謝っとけ。俺的には当分の間姉妹の入れ替わりを見抜けてちょうどいい傷跡だと思ったぞ。
それに、殺しちゃってるもんね、私。
ん？
Oops, sorry. I've already killed.
誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
マミやリナと北条哲平。
ああ、あいつらか。
あの二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界はおかしくなっていたと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかったのかな。
正しいかどうかは知らんが最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな。
最善手って？
そんなこともわからないのかよ。
I could have helped you kill them! I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either, back then.
何かやばかったり疑いそうになったり辛いことがあったりした時はな。
It was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ。
そうだよね。そうだよね。
Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice could have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
私が間違ってた。どうして話さなかったんだろう。なんで私はみんなを信じてるのに信じてなかったんだろう。
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は笑わねえぞ。でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy. And why we can endure anything together.
じゃあレナ、幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、カーテンコールに応えようじゃないか。これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって何かな
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。もう俺たちは互いを疑わない。だからいつまでも結束している。だからどんな惨劇が訪れようとも二度と屈すると思うんじゃねえ。悲劇など知るか、惨劇など知るか。悪魔どもが喜ぶ脚本が今後どれだけやってこようとも。
That's you, Rakushio7.
俺たちが全部ぶち壊してやるぜ。
Higurashi when they cry, Kai! Ending credits time. The incident at the Forest Service Field Office in Hinamizawa. Date of event, midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location, Himizawa, Shishibone City, ex-Chome. Inside the Forest Service Field Office. Summary, on June 25th, the suspect, Ryuugu Rena, broke into the Forest Service Field Office in Himizawa. She forced her way into the classroom of the local school, housed within the office complex, and proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time, but at 1845, several hostages resisted and fell from the building. At the same time, a special unit from the Osaka Police Department's 2nd Riot Division arrived on scene. 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof. After a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged him in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties, 4, all minor injuries. Details below. Nyos Suzuragi. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during her fight. Frederica. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 8:45 and was taken to custody. The suspect inflicted minor injuries during her fight. Hojo Satoko. She was captured, escaped, fell, suffered minor injuries. Mabar Keiichi. He was captured, released at 1910, minor injuries. Regarding the arrest, Ryuugu Rena. She disarmed, surrendered to the police at 1910, and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okinawa police station and questioned. She admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined that the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this, and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. I'm going to reread that. The defense is in direct opposition to this, and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. That was better. That was better. I forgot how fast credits were when you're trying to read them out loud. Higurashi! When they cry! Kai! 07 Expansion presents Welcome to Hinamizawa. When they cry. And the cicadas screech out with a cry that is all too familiar. Higurashi when they cry Kai. The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. The game features a scenario jump mode. You may replay any scenario you completed before from the start menu on the main title screen. The tips read room has been unlocked. You can now read the tips you obtained so far. To view them, select Extra on the title menu, then pick the Read All Tips option. The staff room has been unlocked. This is a thank you message for purchasing the game. To go there, select Extra on the title menu, then pick the staff room option. New tips unlocked. The demon script. Achievement unlocked. The curtain call. Higurashi when they cry Kai. Now, let's read the final tip of Higurashi when they cry. Tsumihoroboshi. Now, before I read this tip, I'm going to warn you all that if you want this series to end on a happy note, do not watch this video any further. That's all I will say. If you want this series to end on a happy note, please exit this video right now. Here we go. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicada seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually, it was the rainy season at this time of the year. But this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day, 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
Motherfucking Akasaka!
ええ。風光明媚ないい土地です。ひょっとしたら隣の村みたいに世界文化遺産に指定されることもあったかもしれないのに、惜しいですね。
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
赤坂先輩はアウトドア今も？
最近はさっぱりだな。何しろ暇のない家業だからな。
それはお互い様です。おー、いたいた。早な。
Oishi? The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was Okay, that's not Oishi. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man.
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
おう、今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩だ。
どうも、赤坂です。今日はもう一人、大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして、同行できませんでした。この度はお世話になりますが、よろしく。
Oh. Okay.
よろしくお願いします。
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought it against many violent criminals. His connection to Himizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1938. He was in the public safety division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Himizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There, he met Oishi, Enrique Furude. Enrique Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Himizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Himizawa. Unfortunately, Himizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they've gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Himizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Himizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university, One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Himizawa, so they are quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination.
では、鬼ヶ淵沼をお願いします。
了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigafuchi Swamp looked like now.
沼どころか水たまりもないな。
大災害後のだいぶ初期に埋め立てられたと聞いています。自分がここへ着任した時はすでに埋め立てられていました。
ちょっと降りてみよう。
Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge, empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest.
なるほど。これがネットでよく言う UFO の着陸場というやつか。
そんなことを言われてるんですか？
ここの写真がよくミステリー系のサイトに紹介されてるよ。ここで政府と宇宙人が交流してたって言うんだ。確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば不審に思うよな。
Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Himizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off, and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete.
ネットで騒いでる連中にも連中なりの根拠があるらしい。地質学的に言ってガスの発生源を塞ぐために沼をコンクリートで固めるなんてのは何の意味もないかららしいんだ。
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomenon and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Himizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred in Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa, so people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth. And that was what happened in Himizawa as well. I'm gonna look that up later tonight. Is this true, actually? Did something like this actually happen? However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File Number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and it has become more like an urban legend. So, this is what is believed to be mostly true. File Number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano who worked at a local clinic in Himizawa. File Number 34 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth at Himizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Himizawa disaster in 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash-landed at Himizawa a long time ago and sunk into the Onagafuchi swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. The Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about the demons pouring out of the swamp. And the alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Orshio-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized his status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to the Himizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left Himizawa, their systems would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onagafuchi. The weird pictures and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien.
そういうののマニアな人たちはつくづくそういうのが好きですよね。ノストラダムスの大予言だって99年にはあんなに騒いだのに7月が過ぎたら何事もなかったかのようにみんな過ごしてる。民放もあれだけ煽っておいて無責任たらありゃしない。
でも高野美代はひなみ沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かにこのスクラップ帳に書いてある。
そんなまさか。赤坂先輩、それ本当に？
As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain his power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the weird-awakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing up the entire village, and they killed all the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
Are they talking about Men in Black?
この辺まで来ると俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。ただこのめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は昭和58年の6月中旬正体不明の開始を遂げる。そしてその死の直前に自らの死を悟ったかのように村の一人の少女にこのスクラップ帳を預けて意志を託したというんだ。
That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Rena Ryuugu. So, it's known as the Rena Ryuugu theory on the internet. Rena Ryuugu inherited Mio Takano's will by the means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police to uncover the alien's plot. Of course, no one believed her, and they assumed that she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Rena Ryuugu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to... I'm gonna repeat that line. Back then, people assumed that Rena Ryuugu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Rena Ryuugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Himizawa disaster occurred.
まさかそりゃ偶然じゃないんですか？
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、その後の自衛隊による封鎖はおかしなことだらけらしい。例えばこの沼の埋め立てが一例だ。そして埋め立てる前に明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時否定派はそれを単にガスの発生地なので危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
I apologize for that one. That was all me.
それは多分否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見てもわかるように 4,5 年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。ひなみ沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに、封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が祈祷を強く希望したからと聞いています。ひなみ沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから、十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは？
あとこんな話もあるぞ。ひなみ沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかそれは実は細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、自衛隊員たちをとどまらせることによる何らかの人体実験だった。
Akasaka, can I read the line that I skipped from you by accident? Thank you very much. The SDF members who were on the mission to seal off Himazawa had their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after the results came back. Some believe that they were using the members of the SDF as human test subjects to see if they got infected or not.
それはやはりガスが湧き出す危険性があっただけに、健康管理には気を使ったということでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、その時に血を抜かれてるはずです。
I'm sorry, everyone. I just have trigger-happy fingers whenever the scene gets interesting.
まあ、君の言うことももっともだと思う。あと、もっと面白い話もあるぞ。ひなみ沢大災害時に火山ガスは発生していないと主張する連中がいる。
火山ガスは発生していない？どういう意味ですか？
つまり、もともと火山ガスなんか噴出してなくて、ガス災害というのが政府の嘘であると主張しているらしい。ほら、洋画の人類と UFO がコンタクトする作品でも同じ設定だったじゃないか。
それこそミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかったと言っているんです？
封鎖解除後、ミステリーマニアがどっと押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するためにいろいろ調べたらしい。で、連中の主張はこうだ。政府発表の火山ガス成分によるならば、硫化水素によって金属が腐食されたり、自然体系に大きなダメージが残るはずだ。にもかかわらず、ひなみ沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、よって火山ガスが噴出したとは到底思えないとかなんとか言ってる。もっともあれから20年も放置された村なんだ。そんな痕跡を発見できたかどうかは疑わしいな。
やはりつくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかったが、最近は俺もわからない。何割かは真実が含まれているかもしれないと思うようになっている。
赤坂先輩ともあろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
このスクラップ帳、これが本物の34号文書だとしたら？ 昭和58年6月25日にひなみ沢営林署に人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた正真正銘本物の34号文書だ。
And the one that Oishi kept.
ひなみ沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年、大石さんの古い友人が県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Was it the old man forensics? Back then, Mushi thought Rena Ryuugu was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Himizawa disaster, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Himizawa was responsible for the curse of Orishio-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes exist, so it still remains at a theoretical level.
大石さんの仮説なんだが、御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すために大昔の毒性の強い病原体を研究していたのは本当じゃないかって言うんだ。ひなみ沢大災害は実はその結果の失敗じゃないかってな。
This theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Himizawa disaster. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Rena Ryuugu took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Arie could have been forced to do microbiological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Orishio-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus. And they exterminated the entire village in one night.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が細菌テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも腑に落ちない要素が少なくない。この34号文書を読めばそれらは明らかにはっきりしてくる。
One second, let me restart this camera. The battery's getting low, so I need to put a new one. New batteries in. Let's get back to the final tip of Tsumihoroboshi.
じゃあ、ひなみ沢大災害は自然災害ではなく細菌テロ。
In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, Sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds.
その後の自衛隊の長い封鎖は、その殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが、すっきりしないな。
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりはカルト集団がって方が近年は信憑性がありますからね。
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイナが人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろというものだったらしい。
バカバカしい。
それがバカバカしいか調べたくても、見ろ。沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確かめる術もない。地質学的にはガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずのバカバカしい工事によってだ。
赤坂先輩がそれを立証するには、あとはここの住民の生き残りを見つけて、体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほかないんじゃないですか。
それも致命的だ。ひなみ沢大災害後のひなみ沢出身者に対する魔女狩りのせいで、今や出身者の存在は不明だ。彼らは名乗りなどあげまい。
Right after the disaster, some people who were from Himizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Himizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since.
じゃあ、お手上げじゃないですか。
それでも諦めないのが刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、芋づる式に全てを白日のもとにさらせるかもしれない。
まあ、あれから20年経過してますからね。真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
そうだな。21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても何も分かりはしないのかもな。
What happened in Himizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believe that a little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of Shio-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind the scrapbook? Was it written to reveal the huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by a cult maniac? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster that follows the scenario of the scrapbook? After the Sarin nerve incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character altercation, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as a means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Rena Ryuugu became a puppet of file number 34. So does that mean Rena Ryuugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean the cult that mind-controlled her caused the end of the... Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of a religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone who wrote the script. Someone who performed it. Someone who watched the show and laughed. Damn it! What the hell happened in Himizawa in June 1983? Higurashi when they cry kai! Turning the page is never a good idea with Higurashi. Ashimura Lar, Detective, Tsumihoroboshi. Now, you think that this is the end of this video, but there is 2 more things I need to do, with the first one being visiting the scrap room. The staff room, not scrap room, staff room. Hello, my name is Raikushi07. I hope you enjoy playing Higurashi When They Cry How, Chapter 6, Tsumihoroboshi. There are several themes I want to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murderers. There are 2 means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have 2 ways to solve the problem. You choose to either get rid of the kid from your current environment, or to get away from the environment itself. Usually, bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you won't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. And you come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well, too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill them. So with a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder, there has to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go to for help. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be somebody you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Raikushi07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Raikushi07 wants to talk to you all, rather than worrying all by himself. How could I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter laugh. 07 expansion. Raikushi07. Raikishi07. I call him Raikushi. Oops. Raikishi. His name is Raikishi07, and wow! That was a really good tips! I'll basically say the same thing as Raikishi did. Like, I'm saying the same thing as he did because I don't think I could put it into any better words than Raikishi did. So, I did state I have only 2 more things left to do in Higurashi when they cry Tsumihoroboshi. And the second of those 2 things are seeing what happens in the alternative end that I got earlier when you turn to Satoko's direction. So, let's go ahead and see what happens when you don't do that. I don't know how long this ending's going to be, but let's see. Satoko, are you still there? There's no time! There still wasn't any reply from Satoko. Shit! If we don't find out where Rena's hidden the... Shit! If we don't find out where Rena's hidden the incendiary device quickly, we've managed to confine her to the space, but finding the device is what's really important. Please, Satoko, you're the only one we're counting on. Oh fuck.
すごいよすごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。
Rena, who had thrown Rika-chan aside, swung around to face me as she stood up, her eyes glittering with fury. And then, with an icy jeer enough to make my hair stand on their ends, she raised her hatchet above her head. Oh god, is this the ending where Rena kills us? Shit! Adrenaline gushing through my veins, I twisted my body to barely dodge Rena's attack as the hatchet sliced through the air. The hatchet she had swung recklessly sunk into the wooden floor with a thunderous roar, and Rena retracted it as if it were nothing and held it up more as she snickered, flashing her red tongue in mirth. Higurashi when they cry high. Interesting. Interesting.
さよなら、ケイチくん。レナに謝ってもいいよ。
Fuck! I wasn't supposed to be wasting my time doing this. If I don't hurry up, the explosive device Rena setup is going to.
ケイチさん、もう時間が。
And then, it was immediately after Satoko's desperate scream. Anything and everything in the world before me disappeared into the void, including myself. That was Tsumihoroboshi. Well, everyone, this was basically a 5-hour finale to this wonderful, wonderful game. Before I talk about how great this game was, I was going to point out that bad end that I played at the very end, the second bad end of Tsumihoroboshi. That's practically the lead up to Yoigoshien. And holy shit. Yoigoshi, like, I've only read one volume so far. I actually do have the second volume of Yoigoshi, but I haven't read it yet. I probably will read it tonight since I'm really on a Higurashi mood this week. Like, this entire week, I decided, you know what? I want to play and watch more Higurashi, so I'm gonna play and watch more Higurashi. So yeah, basically, I'm really obsessive about this series, and it's slightly embarrassing admitting it, but I love Higurashi, and half of my channel is practically based around it now, and holy hell, I just really like Higurashi. Like, I don't know if this is like healthy for me or not, but I practically like this series to the point where I'm just like obsessed. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I spent about $100 getting rare Higurashi art books and signed mangas created by other fans of this series. So technically, I think I spent $100 on art books and doujinshi of Higurashi When They Cry, and they haven't came in yet as I'm recording this video. Like, that $100 purchase hasn't come in as of this current video, but I may or may not have already made a video talking about my very expensive eBay purchase, for which I will link it to this video if I have made that video before this one episode comes out, but if I haven't, in the future, I probably will make a video about how I spent basically $100 on buying Higurashi books from fans of the series. So yeah, all in all, Higurashi When They Cry, Tsumihoroboshi had both made me cry and made me just appreciate the series much more. Like, damn, Ryukishi in 07th expansion, including the 07th mod, has made a really, really great experience for people, and I would highly suggest for you all to play Higurashi for yourselves. Like, yes, you might see me play these games myself, but I would highly suggest that you buy these games and play them for yourselves, just to embrace in the greatness of this work. And as I'm closing out this video, I'm going ahead and rating Higurashi When They Cry, Tsumihoroboshi, my top 100 visual novels on my phone notes. There are probably going to be more than 100 entries as soon as I read over the 100 visual novels, but I'm currently placing Tsumihoroboshi right now. And I'm ending this video off with the showing of the new score onto my top 100 visual novels list on my phone.
Okay.